See here. Okay, hopefully we're back up and running now. Not really sure what happened there. Internet just died for no reason, so that's fun. Alright, there we go. Hopefully everything is good now. Obviously the internet's working because she's running around, so I think the stream should be working now.
Good day.
Oh, I've got this a little bit too big, don't I? Sure do. There we go. Streaming is always an adventure because crap like this always seems to happen.
Greetings.
If somebody can just type in the chat, make sure I can see it, I'd appreciate it. Just make sure that everything's good. I think I have it set up correctly, but there's a lot of stuff going on, so if somebody wouldn't mind doing that, I'd appreciate it. trying to verify on my phone too, so pretty sure it's okay. Looks good. Yeah, it's good. All right. I'm gonna try not to mess with anything, just leave it alone. Hopefully the internet holds out. If it drops out again, I'll just call it good tonight because I'm not gonna fight the internet back and forth like that. Hopefully that one hiccup was all there is.
Salutations. I shall keep my end of Dale's bargain.
I don't really understand why
Afternoon.
it's set up to like tell you right into the middle of them like that. That's certain. Like with melee, that would make sense, or maybe a. Yeah, that's really the only thing that makes sense. Mosaic or something. Anything else? I don't really think that's necessarily a good idea.
How may I be of help?
The ancients must be close.
Okay, no cold immune this time, so she has a fairly good chance. Except she just let the merc die like really quick, so maybe not. Yeah. Rip. It's weird that she's just standing there like, I don't know. Interesting. I guess I've never really watched this like all the way through before. I mean, I know it'll get through it because I've played with Soloplay many times, but the positioning is very interesting.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I may just like manually kill ancients just so I can bypass it a little bit faster. We'll see. I give it one more shot, and then if not, I'll just do it myself real quick. Because I'm certain she can beat ancients. So, especially if you don't get a cold immune. The cold immune is no buenos. Isengard's, I think. Generally not worth picking up, honestly, unless she's just gonna sell it. Level 56. Yeah, that's probably pretty good. Although, probably gonna want some better gear going into Hell, because a lot of the stuff she has on is not great. We'll see. Fire and cold immune. Ew. That's no fun.
Hail to you, champion.
Merc is dead. Probably got amp damaged and then finished off. Lord Desace is nasty. Life tap. I don't think she killed Desace because I think he's immune. If I had to guess, let's see. Let's go look. Yeah, 100%. Really? Thanks. I'm not really sure what happened there. There we go. Okay, now put her back on the right path. Hopefully that doesn't. Okay, good. She's just checking the seals.
What do you need?
Hopefully the internet here is a little bit more stable. But yesterday was fine. Didn't have any issues. Today that was like very interesting. It just cut out for no reason. So hopefully that doesn't happen again. If it does, I'll probably call it a night. Interesting. So she already killed Diablo, so I don't know what she's shooting at. I messed the script up by messing around with Daceace, I think. Oh, I guess she did make an insight. Mila Bregas, I think. Or Steel Clash. One of those two. I would think she would use Steel Clash if she can because it has a higher resistance than the shield she's using, but maybe not. Oh, I spoke too soon. That is indeed what she did.
Can I help you?
Okay, I'm gonna try to do this myself. I don't really want her to chicken again and then have to redo all that stuff, so. Alright. Then. Lord. Okay. We're doing good. Don't worry about it. Is fine. Nothing to see here. Alright. We're good. I think one of them might be immune. Is he immune? No, it doesn't look like he's immune actually. Easy. Alright, so now.
Impossible.
Salutations.
Just skip past that, because I'd rather her do Bale runs than Diablo runs. Especially considering Sace can be cold immune. Yeah, that poison is pretty nasty. Very unfortunate.
Vesti. Yes, warrior.
Attempting Veil Wave skip, it did not work. I don't know why I was doing that, but yeah, interesting. I see why he was doing it, because, you know, he's cold immune. So, obviously we can't kill him. The mercenary might be able to, maybe. But I mean, decrep and cold enchant means that that's a pretty unlikely shot that that'll happen. Come on, get him. Yeah, alright. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, Nightmare's gonna be over soon. Please don't do chicken here.
Hello.
The ain't evening.
Sweet.
The last of the three has fallen.
Hello.
Alright, be AFK for a little bit. Gonna pull Zanya out of the oven, and I'll be back.
Salutations.
Okay, never mind. It's not done. Not even close to being done. So we're back.
Hello.
Looks like she's hitting up some super chests.
Good afternoon. Salutations.
Amp damage OP, please nerf.
The destruct.
I'm assuming these guys are all immune to cold, so most of them are. Not really worth even trying to mess with them, but sure. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Dull and Am. Not bad.
Good day. Good to see you again. Since the rogues have been moving.
I'll put that to good use.
Hopefully Seiza isn't immune. Nope, we're good. I wish that would have rolled Viper Magi. That would have been super helpful right now. In fact, that's what we're hoping off of Diablo or Bale is a Viper Magi. That would be super, super clutch right now. Especially the extra skill point for the damage. The resistances don't really mean that much, I suppose, but it would max everything out. But just the extra damage is really what I'd be after. Cast rate's not that important either, I suppose, unless she's using lightning. Oh, I guess she does want that, okay. Ah, that's hilarious. Bam. Got that fire GC. No big deal. The first Grand Charm I identify as a fire GC for the Sorceress. Easy clap.
How may I be of help?
Don't toss it. Oh, just gonna keep it. Okay, cool. Nice. Interesting. Bail run now? Or something else? Bail run. Nice.
I can't.
Come on. Viper Magi. That's what we need.
Good afternoon.
Show me the Viper Magi. You know you want to. Ugh. Ugh. Especially going into hell, that'll make a big difference.
Salutations.
Unfortunately, no Viper Magi.
The afternoon.
I can't.
Hello.
The Pit of Acheron. Very close to level 60.
Impossible.
Good afternoon.
There we go.
Hello.
Marvelous gem. Marvelous.
I'll put that to good use.
Salutations.
Okay. So it looks like she's just doing like bail runs and loot runs until she meets the requirements to go to hell, I'm assuming. Oh, hell rune. That's handy.
Let's deal, my friend.
It's interesting that she always kills like these guys and then she skips the rest of them. Not really sure I understand the point of that. Oh, okay. She killed these guys too. Maybe there's a higher percentage chance to find like runes or something good on them that I don't know about. That would be my guess. It seems like she's just killing the maw fiends. Maybe not. Because right there she killed some grotesques and, oh, whatever those guys are called. Keep forgetting their name, keep spacing it.
Hail to you, champion.
Viper Magi or a Scolders would be nice. I'd rather have the Viper Magi. No. Why didn't you roll unique, you douche? Nothing like getting jilted out of a Viper Magi. Maybe Diablo will drop one. I know he has like a decent chance to drop it. Diablo, Bale. I think even Meph has a chance to drop it too. So that would be nice. She doesn't do Mephisto, which is interesting because I would think Mephisto and Nightmare might actually be worth doing, but maybe I'm wrong. Especially considering how fast it would be. Seems like that would just be like an obvious thing to run. May have to change that if we don't find anything. Gold immune? I think he is gold immune.
What do you need?
Cathans. EKA worthless. At least if it's an angelic, you could put some use to it on a melee character. And because he's cold immune, we're going to need the Merc to put in some work here. Nice.
Not even death can save you from me.
Gonna recheck the seals because he was immune. but that's alright. Won't take very long for it to see that he's there like that.
Hail to you, champion.
Come on, Viper Magi.
What do you need?
Meh. Nothing good. Unfortunate. Bunch of trash. Alright. Hopefully another bail run. Should probably do Shank and Eldritch first, I imagine. Yep. 100%. I'm gonna snag that Grand Charm because last time she didn't pick it up, it turned out to be a fire GC, so just for funsies. Okay.
Good afternoon. Good morning.
Come on, Pendle, drop me a Viper Magi. You know you want to. That was close. So we got a regular serpent skin. We got a magical one. So where's the unique one?
Salutations.
Any of those could have been a Viper Magi, unfortunately. If we had higher magic find, it's possible we would have gotten one there. But it is what it is. Dolls. One of the worst, most deadliest enemies in the game. Often in Vale's throne room. Souls would probably be equally as bad. All right. I demand a Viper Magi. Stat. Is he immune? No. Wasn't. Sweet. No. Where's the good stuff? Nobody wants this crap. Come on, Bale. Jeez, man. Get the program. All garbage fire.
Evening.
Salutations.
Hello, how you doing? Francisco, welcome to the stream.
Impossible. Good evening.
Hold up. Let's grab that Grand Charm, shall we? Oops, I didn't set this to the hotkey. Hold GC. Alright. Well, we tried.
Hello.
Interesting. As far as I know, I don't think so. I mean, mine are still working. You can see this one's obviously still working. So, as far as I know, there's nothing going on. Maybe people just aren't running bots as much. You know, most people have moved over to D2R now, so running bots there instead. Probably. I'm not sure. You're from California? Or you're... I'm confused. Are you playing US West, by the way, or which server are you playing? Because that might have something to do with it, too. US West is, like, very dead most of the time. The only servers that really have population are the European server, probably the Asian server, too, and the US East server. There's just more people out that way, so... West is pretty dead. Has been for years. That's probably why.
What you need?
Yeah, it's been that way for a long time. I live in Arizona, so I'm also pretty close to the West Coast, so I play US West as well. And I noticed it's been dead for probably like a decade, honestly. I don't know exactly when it became as bad as it is now, but it's been a long time. And then D2R obviously didn't help with that either, so... I would play East because there's more players, except for the fact that I can never get a good ping from that server. It's always like 200 to 500 for me, so I don't even bother. I just play West, and if it's dead, it's dead. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, the game is vastly different from 15 years ago, that's for sure. So, should enjoy it. If you have any questions or anything, let me know.
Greetings.
Cool, I appreciate that. I have like a large swath of videos you can watch if you're trying to get your bot up and running. I'm sure you've seen them, so. But sometimes you never know. Sometimes there's like a little issue somewhere, and it helps to have somebody that's done it a few times, so. That's awesome. That's why I made the videos. I was hoping to help people exactly like you. I'm not interested in helping, you know, big name people. I just want regular people to be able to bot and get some good items too. So I'm really glad that you found the videos, and I'm glad that you let me know that it helped you out, because that always makes me more motivated to make more videos in the future, that's for sure. If you haven't checked out my second channel, Coldbot Forever, you should check that one out too. That's basically nothing but bot videos, whereas here I do some other stuff mixed in too, so. Rushing Act 2 in specific, what do you mean? Are you running solo play, horde? What script are you using? Or are you just doing it like by yourself? Solo play? It should skip right through Act 2 fairly easily. I mean, it's going to take a little while. You know, it's one of the solo play and horde and all of the scripts, really, to be honest with you. The best thing you can do is just turn them on and let them be. Don't mess with them, don't alter anything, don't try to hurry them up. You know, it's best to just let them run. Now, there are certain instances, like during this stream, where I went ahead and just killed Ancients on my own by pausing it, because she just kept chickening there. So, you know, in that instance, it may be better to just pause it and do it yourself real quick. But 99% of the time, you're better off to just let it run and do its own thing. Don't even mess with it. That's, you know, that's pretty much what it's designed to do, and it will eventually it will get through everything on its own. So it's gonna take a while. You know, solo play and horde are not particularly fast. It would actually be faster for you to level up with a group of friends, or even yourself probably would be faster than solo play or horde would be. But that being said, you know, this is easy mode. You don't have to do anything. So this bot's only been running for about 13 hours in game time. So 13 hours she's gotten through normal and nightmare. She has hell available, but she's not going to go there until she meets the requirements. So, and that can take quite a while because it's really gear dependent. You need good resistances. So you set it to map. So you're not using solo play then. You're using like the map reveal, or the map. Excuse me, the map entry point. Is what it sounds like. If you are, you should try solo play or horde. I have videos. It's not really that hard to set up. It'll take you a little while the first time, you know, maybe 30 minutes to an hour to set up, but it's totally worth it. You know, you won't have to worry about Act 2 or anything. So I've ran 8 characters on one computer through horde multiple times now, and it definitely doesn't get stuck on Act 2. So if you have characters following you, I know the pathing can get a little janky, so that might be an issue. You definitely want horde or um, solo play. I mean, I may set up a horde for this season in like a day or two after this character gets most of the way through hell difficulty. We'll see. Let's see. Like, here's an instance of what I was talking about. He's actually immune to cold, so I can't kill him with my skills, but if I take over just briefly, you know, I can clear it. Because she teleports around too much and the Merc doesn't kill it, so. For sure. I've done Horde a few times now, but everybody always likes to watch it. You know, watching 8 players run around and level up is always really cool. So, it's a little bit of effort to get it set up on my end in terms of streaming, but Shouldn't really be a problem. Should be able to do it. Come on, Viper Magi. Ah, dang it. No Viper Magi.
Hail to you, champion. Impossible.
Good afternoon.
Nice. Yeah, I believe it. You can definitely do that, especially like when you get to see Horde, you'll see um it's super easy to just let it run. And they'll get into the like mid to low 90s within probably like 3 days or so, I would say. Maybe 4 days. And you'll have 8 characters that you would have basically leveled without having to do anything. So definitely worth checking out, especially like when the season restarts, because then you can have a barb and paladins and sorceress, whatever you want really,
Hello.
which is nice. Is that a Mosier's? Please tell me that's a Mosier's. I don't think it was. Hold on, let's see. Did she sell it? Yeah, she sold it, so it must not have been a Mosier's. Must have been something else. Ah, okay, it was a Wistons. Whitstons. Yeah, bummer. I was hoping it was a Mosier's. Would have been some serious res. Rest in pepperonis. Yeah, that's definitely true. And um, it's hard to get a good balance where you can actually get the characters to not give you a realm down. So the thing I always tell people is just keep your games really long. Keep your games at like 10 minutes if you have multiple characters going, and that'll be a easy way to avoid a realm down, because if every game you do is like around 10 minutes, there shouldn't you shouldn't get a realm down basically. Yikes.
Hello.
A lot of people don't like to do that because 10-minute games is pretty long, but it's better to not get realm downs than it is to do shorter games. So highly recommended to do those 10-minute games, like I said. Man, archers are so nasty.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, hell is a very difficult for any bots. Like I always tell people, if you're gonna bot in hell mode and you're not running horde or solo play, you probably want to be very geared before you do that, or use areas that are easy to clear for that character without getting killed. You technically can still do it, but it's not recommended, because chickening will also cause your games to be more likely to cause a realm down, or waiting in queue, timeout, or whatever you want to call it. Yep. And like for example, this Blizzard character, there's areas she can do pretty easily as Blizzard that will keep it. We'll make it less likely that she will, number one, chicken, and number two, keep the games at a good length. So you just gotta figure those out and set it up, and then you're good to go.
Good afternoon.
Sometimes I'll set chicken at 0, to be honest with you. If I'm not playing hardcore and I'm just leveling characters, I may just set it to 0.
Afternoon.
Especially if they're like under level 95. It's not really that big a deal if they die. You know, once you get past level 95, the leveling slows down dramatically, but anything under that is really not that big a deal. Zon and Druid, yeah. For me, sorceresses always give me issues with uh, getting chickened, honestly. And unless you have teleport on a different character, you're gonna need a sorceress, so you're kind of stuck with her. If you had Enigma, you wouldn't need a sorceress. But Enigma this early in ladder is going to be either impossible or very expensive. COH is definitely a good play because of the resistance, for sure. I agree. Having max resistance on a sorceress makes a huge difference. Even more so if you can put items that increase your max resistance to like 85, 90, 95. That's even better, honestly, because that just makes it so that she's way less likely to chicken. But still, you know, dolls will still mess you up. Anything melee can still chicken you super easy because she's so squishy. I gotta pull lasagna out of the oven, so give me just a few minutes and I'll be right back. That makes sense, Francisco. Depending on like what you find too, you know, as you're playing, sometimes you can get kind of unlucky with the stuff you find. So all depends. Good morning, Dusty. How you doing, buddy? Yeah, I just had some coffee too. Been a long day, but I don't want to get a caffeine withdrawal, and I'm trying to stay awake a little bit longer for the stream, so I had to get me some too.
Greetings.
I hear that, Francisca. Tea is good too. I like tea, I like coffee. I'm good with both. Coffee's got a little more caffeine in it though, so I tend to swing toward that a lot more. Took some halls. You know, feeling under the weather, buddy? I usually don't eat halls unless I'm feeling sick or got a cold or something. I used to know this lady when I was working back in the day. She would eat the vitamin C halls like all day, every day. She swore up and down and helped her. So, hey, more power to you if that's what you're up to. Stuffy, yeah, that's no good. Hope you get over it quick. There's been a pretty nasty, like, I don't know if it's COVID or if it's like some kind of cold or flu. Something's going around where I'm at too. Man, that stinks. Well, here's to a speedy recovery for you, because that's no bueno. I don't like getting sick very much. In the last 2 years, I've gotten COVID both years, unfortunately. Even though I've been careful, it didn't seem to matter. I'm hoping this year, because I'm staying inside and staying away from people, I can get away with it. I hear that. 100%. The thing is, I live with other people too, so even if I'm careful, it doesn't mean they are, and unfortunately, that can mean you get sick anyway. So,
Hail to you, champion.
what do we get? We get Mage Fist? We did not get Mage Fist. Womp womp.
Greetings.
Yeah, it's really cold here too. I'm sitting at almost 7,000 feet where I live. Very cold here at night. And the wind blows at like 30 miles an hour most days, so that doesn't help with the cold either. Prescott, Arizona, by chance? Because I live in Flagstaff, Arizona. That'd be cool if you lived in clear, like nearby. But I think you said California. Prescott's a little lower in elevation. It's only like 4,000 feet or so. I have the camera, but I'm eating right now, so unless you want to watch me eat, got some weird obsession with me eating. I'm just kidding. As soon as I'm done eating, I'll turn the cam back on. 72 and 73. Man, better let me catch up. Getting ahead of me a little bit. Of course, I'm only at like 13 hours, so it kind of makes sense. Thanks. Just frozen lasagna, but I like frozen lasagna, so I'm all about that. Yeah, sometimes I get that too, and then I'm not exactly sure what it is, if it's just bad luck with the items or, I don't know, positioning, or I have no idea. But it's definitely happened to me too. And then in addition, like you're saying, it can also be how many players you have going at once too.
What do you need?
I also have a suspicion that team comp might matter a bit too. Sorceress versus Paladin versus Barbarian, whatever, kind of makes a difference. Ha, that's funny, me too. I didn't even know it was resetting until Warden posted in Discord, so hats off to him for that.
Not even death can save you from me.
Hail to you, champion.
No problem, Dusty.
Good afternoon.
All right, cam back on. Oops, need to click back on here for Sound. There we go. People do tend to like the sound. Just a little bit.
How may I be of help? Good morning. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Oh, there definitely is. And if there isn't like an official one, I'm sure there's ones you can download, especially if you have Android. If you have an Apple, that'll be more difficult to add it, but totally doable, totally out there. I guarantee it. Diablo is so popular, I would genuinely expect there to be like probably the Tristram theme, probably the main theme, and I don't know. There's probably going to be at least one more. Not sure which one they would pick for the third one, but yeah, those two for sure. The ones that everybody recognizes, basically.
Salutations.
Diablo definitely has some of the best music. So, welcome back, Dusty. Plus, this game sold millions of copies, so I think there's a extremely high percentage chance that there's some ringtones out there. I have Resident Evil 2's uh, save room for my ringtone. Well, technically, I have two. I have one from the main hallway for the actual ring, and then the save room for the text messages. So I should get Diablo saying, "Not even death can save you from me" for my text tone. That'd probably be better, honestly. Okay, interesting. Not exactly sure what happened there. I'm pretty sure you can like add your own pretty easily. Yeah, and guaranteed somebody like when I'm walking through a thrift store or something will hear it and they will recognize it. Like tons of people know Diablo. Maybe not intimately, but you know, they're at least aware of it and they know the songs and everything, which is cool. Extremely popular. Not really sure why she crashed right there, but randomly it did, so rest in pepperonis. Well, if you do make one, Francisco, you should link me to it. upload it somewhere, and I will give it a try as well. If you feel like it. If not, now that we've talked about it, I'll probably look into it a bit too and see. I don't really like paying for ringtones. I'd probably make my own, especially when the person who you're buying the ringtone from is almost guaranteed not to be Blizzard, which means they're just making money off of Blizzard's work, which I don't agree with. So 60 seconds till restart. In fact, I'll just look on the App Store right now since I'm waiting for this to restart anyway. Why not? Diablo ringtone. Zedge says they have some. Let's see if I can get this close enough to the mic where you guys can hear it. Yeah. Listening to myself, apparently. Let's see. It's not picking it up. Anyway, they have the Tristram theme like I figured. And it's free, by the way. They're not charging for it, which is probably best. You know, it's not really your intellectual property. So, as much as I dislike Blizzard, I don't want to steal from them per se. I don't consider botting stealing. I still bought the game after all. If there isn't a Diablo one saying not even death can save you from me, I will definitely make that one for sure. That's probably one of my favorite things said in Diablo is that line. It's like, doesn't even matter if you're dead, I'm still gonna get you. Punk. Love it. Love it. I think Mephisto saying, ha ha ha, you're too late would also be pretty good. What does Bale say? I don't even know what Bale says. Shows you how much I'm paying attention to Bale. Okay, Dusty, no problem. What I'll do is I'll post it in the Discord whenever I get it done, and I'll at you so that you can see it. I'm pretty sure YouTube has like the entire Diablo soundtrack on it. So if you're just looking for like the individual songs, I'm pretty sure they have it. Oh yeah, no problem, Dusty. It's pretty simple to do, I'm pretty sure. It would just be basically an audio clip and then convert it into whatever the phone wants, pretty much. Android's so much easier to do that with.
Greetings.
Yeah, YouTube definitely has like the full soundtrack, the OST on there. I don't know what quality it is because YouTube, but it's definitely there. And if you really wanted to get high quality, you could go and get you some physical discs of the game and extract it from there, but that's a lot of extra work. Even I'm probably not going to do that. Me too, Dusty. I mean, Horde is like insanely good. I really like solo play still too, but in terms of having multiple characters all at the same time, it's hard to beat. Nice. Yeah, Viper Magi's are amazing. Viper Magi's are really hard to. That's funny. Viper Magi's are really hard to beat, especially like when you're not at in-game status. You know, skill point, resistance, everything about Viper Magi is good. If it had two skills instead of one, it could actually like. I think it would compete with COH. I really do for a sorceress, just because of the cast rate. Like I don't even think people would use COH nearly as much. They should just put an extra skill point on there, if you ask me. I would love to see some buffs for the unique so people actually use a lot more of them instead of just, going straight up rune words constantly. But that'll never happen. I figured your wife would have found you like 16 Ver runes and uh, 12 jaws and a couple of enigmas somehow magically appeared, you know? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I realize that's D2R, not this, but hey, never know. Sure. Tomorrow when you log in, it's just full of good stuff. Oh, how'd that get there? Just kidding. That's why I gave up on the season. Based. I get it. Totally understandable. It's so much more fun to have somebody to like maybe not compete with, but even like that and also just share stuff with is fun. I don't like to play with strangers. Yeah, my mommy told me not to either. But then again, you and I were strangers, so, just saying. It could work out sometimes. Yeah, I mean, playing alone's kind of lame, but it is what it is. For sure. And I get it, like even I don't play every season. Even I don't play every um ladder reset, you know what I mean? I do try to play legacy resets more than I try to play D2R resets, just because number one, I don't know how many of these we have left, and number two, the bots still work with it and they're free, and I don't have to, deal with all that crap. So
Not even death can save you from me.
I have not actually. Is it like a fan made project of some kind? I'm assuming it's not like a real Blizzard endorsed situation there. Hour and a half's no big deal. I mean, if it's good, I'd watch it. Fire been poisoned Java through hell, but it was a lot of work. Yeah, for sure. It like especially poison because a lot of stuff is immune to poison and hell difficulty especially. Okay, so it's like a fan made project. For sure, I'll check it out. Some of those are pretty good. You never know. I only consider the first two Diablos worth playing, so anything beyond that, and I don't really remember the story as well. Like I've beaten Diablo 3 a million times, but I don't remember the story too well. I just remember that what's her face turns into Diablo, and then the expansion is kind of random, or at least it felt kind of random. Cool. Yeah, I'll check it out when I get some time.
How may I be of help? Good morning. Good afternoon.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I've been experimenting with well, you don't need to do it anymore because I think D2R has it. I believe D2R plays in 4K, I'm sure. So you could just watch the cinematics and record them in 4K and then do that probably. I was going to mess with the original cinematics and
Salutations.
see if I could upscale them using AI, see how that turns out too. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Just out of curiosity, basically. I don't think it'll be better than what they have, but you never know. It's worth a shot. Stuff like that doesn't really get done, or at least doesn't get shared, so I find it interesting to mess around with. I have so many like side projects and things like that that I'll probably never get around to it, but we'll see. Wow, these chicks are all mean to me. Yikes. D4 and D2 mixed. I literally know exactly nothing about Diablo 4, other than I tried to play it for a couple hours and went right back to Diablo 2. So with Diablo 3, it was a little different because I paid full price for it, and I also bought the collector's edition when it came out. I would not do that again if I had to do it all over. Although it does come with a really cool USB uh, like Diablo head with the USB stuck in it, which is the Soulstone, which has Diablo 2 installations on it. Really cool. If you guys have never seen it, that's really neat. You can sometimes find them on eBay, like separate from the collector's edition, and it's worth having. Really cool. Like a dedicated Diablo 2 install inside the little USB that fits inside the Diablo skull. Other than that, it wasn't worth buying because the game itself I wasn't impressed by, but the custom Diablo uh, skull with the soulstone in it is pretty freaking awesome, not gonna lie. Was it worth the $200 I paid? Probably not, but I still have it somewhere. One of these boxes somewhere. Yeah. My biggest gripes with D3 was PvP doesn't exist. I mean, it quote unquote exist, not really. Um, Soulbound items is super duper lame. I don't know why any item in Diablo should ever be soulbound. I don't care what it is, it shouldn't be soulbound. So, which means you basically can't trade items, which is a huge component of Diablo 2. And that alone makes me not want to play it, to be honest, with just those two things alone. There's other stuff too, but they're less severe. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, Dusty. Doesn't surprise me at all. If he does, you should try to get that cool skull with the USB in it if he doesn't mind. It's handy to have around. It's really like I used to use it to reinstall Diablo from it instead of downloading it because it was already there, you know what I mean? Stick it in the port and install her up. So definitely worth having if you find it for cheap too. You know, if I saw one on eBay for like 20, I would definitely buy it. It's 100% worth that. I wish it lit up. I do wish that, but then again, you'd have to have batteries or like a USB cable to do that, I suppose. So, I gotcha. Seven sisters. Wow, that is a lot of sisters. No, I only had one sister, and that was a little bit too much for me. You know what I'm saying? No, I was kidding. She annoys me, but I'm glad I have her as a sister. It's tough to have a lot of kids now because of how much it costs to have children, but some people do still do it. Hats off to them. I believe it.
Hello.
Evening.
I can't.
That's too bad.
Good evening.
It's never fun to deal with family issues and people getting angry with each other and then not talking with one another. I've gone through that too. It's never good.
I can't.
This is soda. This is Orange Crush from Mexico because it tastes better. Because I ran out of coffee.
Impossible. Good evening.
That makes sense. Especially if you're going there like 4 times a year. I mean, that's once every 3 to 4 months, so that's pretty often actually.
Salutations. I can. Good evening.
Okay. I've been through Ogden. My dad's family is from Wyoming, so I've driven through there a few times. Provo, Salt Lake, quite a few. Yeah. I
Salutations.
didn't mind Utah. Everybody there was pretty nice. I don't know, they get a bad rap for the Mormons there, but I've had the direct opposite experience personally. Every time I've been there, everybody's been really nice to me, so I don't know what they're talking about.
Good evening.
No. Oh, for sure, yeah. Here in Arizona, things have changed dramatically. Where I grew up as a kid, in every direction there's city now in like 30 different miles. Nothing but city for as far as you could see. When I grew up, we used to shoot rabbits less than 1,000 meters from my house, my dad and I. And now it's nothing but, you know, buildings and houses and high schools and dog parks and you name it. It's crazy. Yeah, it's easy to get in trouble in LA, that's for sure. I don't doubt that. I've only been to California twice, and it's been over 20 years since I've been there.
Hello.
Utah is definitely cheaper than anything in California, and I mean anything. Not to mention that your taxes will be lower, your food costs will be lower, your insurance will be lower. Literally every single thing that you have to pay for will be lower, almost guaranteed. And that's just, that's just because California. So that's, you know, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of California, to be honest with you. Too expensive, too dirty, and yeah. Oh, Arizona. It depends on where in Arizona, because certain parts of Arizona are very expensive. Paradise Valley, Scottsdale, Flagstaff, very, very expensive to live in. Phoenix is kind of like middle, although lately it's been getting worse. Chandler, Gilbert, and Mesa, those are way cheap. So those would be a lot better bets. But it's still cheaper than California in like almost every way. Even in the quote unquote expensive parts, it's still cheaper in like almost every way. There's less laws. You can own firearms. You can own fully automatic firearms. You can own 30 round magazines. You can own 50 round magazines. You can own drums, belts, machine guns, whatever. The gun laws here are crazy. You could basically do whatever you want. I don't know. I like this state. I've lived here most of my life, and I really like it here. I don't like the cops here very much, but the people here are pretty good, and we have some really nice freedoms. So you don't even need a license to carry a handgun concealed here. You can literally just put it on you, hide it, and it's perfectly legal. Put it in your car, uh, basically anywhere. I mean, you can't go into a school with it or whatever, but you can go into a bar with it, crazily enough. The motor laws here are pretty good too. There's no emissions in half the state, so you don't even have to go get your vehicle smog tested if you live in the northern part of Arizona. You won't have to ever get smog tests. Oh yeah, yeah. I always tell people like people think Texas has a lot of guns. Arizona has way more. I literally don't know a single person that lives here that doesn't have guns. To be honest with you, now that's a small pool of people, but sure, it's still a lot considering everybody here has guns. Everybody here shoots guns. Everybody here has ammo and targets, and it's just very common. And yet, there's still not a lot of crime either. Like you would think more guns equals more crime. It's usually the opposite. So long as everybody follows the rules, it's not very tempting to try to rob people when you know they could shoot you. Tends to work out pretty well. Still happens, of course, but way less than like the bigger states and cities. Oh yeah, that's literally not surprising at all to me. 100%. That's just everybody here just has them. Because why not? And it's nice too, because if you ever need money, you can sell them. So, hey, good to own and good to sell. There's not so much boating here. There is some lakes, but camping, fishing, kind of in the same boat as the boating. But there are lakes. There is fishing. Just depends on where you are. Colorado River. You also have the Gila River, which is now dammed up and turned into Saguaro Canyon, Apache, and Roosevelt Lakes. So there's definitely lakes.
Hail to you, champion.
Well, I hope it's huge. Be nice to see somebody get ahead in this world for once. It's tough for everybody right now, so hopefully things work out for you and you move on to brighter and happier days because of it. A lot of people have had it rough over the past, I don't know, 5 years or so, especially.
The Order welcomes you.
Jeez, that sounds rough. Back injuries are pretty rough because you can't really do anything with a back injury. You know, they don't heal too good either. So it's usually a lifelong affliction, unfortunately. At least the people I've seen that have them, that's the case.
What do you need?
Yeah, I hear that. Thing with pain meds is you really can't take that many, or you'll either A, you'll get addicted if it's an opiate, or B, you'll mess up your kidneys, your liver, or even your stomach if it's not. So they're kind of not great no matter how you look at it, but the alternative's not great either. Does weed help? Weed is legal in California, right? It's legal here in Arizona too, but I could have sworn Cali had legal weed. Anyway, you should try that if you haven't already, because that's like way less addicting, and the downsides are not really that bad. So I would trust weed over opiates personally in terms of being able to stop using it and worrying about addiction. Yeah, I hear you. I don't know, it might be worth a shot, you know, at least one time, maybe see how you feel. Because, like I said, at least it's not addictive. And they got, you know, they've got edibles and they have vapes, you know, so you don't have to like actually smoke it if you don't want to. Probably best that you don't, honestly. The edibles might be better only because, you know, you don't have to worry about the smoke or the smell for that matter. You know, you just munch a gummy and that should be good enough, basically.
What do you need?
Um,
I'll
I'll be honest with you, I probably won't even make like one. I'll probably do the horde thing. So I'll probably make another sorceress, three, maybe four paladins potentially, a barbarian, and a druid.
Not even death can save you from me.
That tends to be the best comp for horde in general. So if I can get that up and running, I will do exactly that. And then hopefully I can stream it. I'll probably wait till this character gets to, um, at least gets close to the end of hell mode first. And then I'll let her start running on her own on my other PC. Let her run solo. Why isn't she picking up that defender? I'm pretty sure that's a sorceress defender, but I think she wants resistance over skills, so that might be the problem. I swear this has sorceress skills on it. Yes, sir. But no resistances, so I think the bot values the resistances over the skills, unfortunately. I mean, it makes sense,
Greetings.
especially going into hell mode, so. Spirit would be perfection, of course. Oh, she did put it on. Cool. So that means she was going to pick it up, but she had some stuff to sell first. Nice. Never mind. It's hard to give up skills like that at the beginning of a run on a character because your damage is just seriously lacking. So it's tough to pass on anything that gives you plus to skills. It will make rune words if it has the runes and obviously the base. So will horde. The horde script will also do that. Both of both the solo play and the horde scripts are really nice. They do a ton of good stuff.
Hello.
Some people don't like it because it's not the way they would do it, but they don't realize that the bot kind of has to operate a little differently than you would. So, and I'm not going to say it's perfect because you know it's not, but I have run both solo play and horde all the way through hell easily, more than 5 times each. So, personally, I think they work just fine. nasty Veil Throne Room. I don't know about this. Nice. Yeah, you might as well. I mean, it can't hurt, even if you're late to the ladder, who cares? Plus, it's good to like learn how to do the horde and solo play stuff for the next reset. We had a lot of people that did that last time, where they got it all ready and set up for the next ladder reset so that they knew how to do it, and then as soon as the reset hits, you just pop it and go. So, yeah, pretty cool. Uh, yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't know. I get that a lot. I didn't even know Horde existed until like a few months ago, I'm pretty sure. So, even people like me who are in the scene, I guess you could say, don't know everything. You know, there's just certain things that just don't really get shared around that much. So, it's good to find out and good to just check around and see because you never know what you'll find. It is. Especially now that D2R is out, it's even smaller than ever, basically. Everybody does try to help each other. It's nice. You know, everybody tries to help one another figure things out. And it's usually something simple, too. Almost always. Can't tell you how many times an uppercase or a lowercase name or profile name got me in a situation where something wasn't working.
Hello.
Pretty much. You know, user error is very common. Yep, that's usually what it is something very, very minor or small. A space where there's not supposed to be a one, a false where there's supposed to be a true, you name it. There's tons of things in the scripts that can get easily messed up. I've gotten to the point now where I can almost always figure it out just because I've made literally so many mistakes. I'm used to just understanding what my mistakes probably were. Oh man, you're so right about that, Dusty. It's not even funny. That double E will get you every single time. Can't even tell you how many times I've fat fingered it. Where's my Viper Magi? Where's it at?
How may I be of help?
Yeah, you can also download things like Sublime Text. That will help you a lot with errors like that because if you or your Notepad++ works too. I don't like it as much as Sublime Text personally, but that's just me. But it will show you errors like that. It'll highlight them or put a red like mark next to it or under it with a line or something. I can't remember exactly, but it tells you basically, hey, stupid, you messed this up. You need to fix it. So, plus a lot of times with those two programs, I know that you can just tab, and you don't even have to type through. It'll just fill it in for you. Same thing for false, etc. So just speeds up time of editing and time of trying to correct your mistakes. I used to just use like Notepad, like Windows Notepad, but I got away from that. So much easier to just use Sublime Text or Notepad++.
Hello.
I can't.
Good afternoon. Hello.
Yeah, that's a good one. If you've never used it before, it's worth like taking a look. It'll like really show you what's wrong and what's correct. And it's not perfect either, but it's way better than just using Notepad, that's for sure. Plus, it has like a dark theme that I like to use so that it doesn't hurt my eyes so bad at night. Because I'm virtually up all night every night, so I don't need that bright white right in my eyes. Notepad++ is fine. I'm just not as big of a fan of it as I am the Sublime Text. I think they're both comparable, though. Whichever one that you think is best for you will work. And I'm sure Notepad++ has like its own themes and stuff too. I just never really. I did look into it a little bit, but I never did like a thorough exploration of it. There's a third one too that the big guy uses. I have no idea what it's called though. I think there's like a scanner tool in both Notepad and Sublime Test where it will like tell you where it thinks there's errors if I remember correctly. But Sublime Text, like as you're typing, will actually show you errors a lot of times where you don't even have to run like a scanner or whatever. Been a while since I've had to do it. Whatever I edit, I tend to just slow down and take like a triple look at it and make sure it's correct before I move on to the next line. That way I don't have to come back to it later. Just spend an extra second or two and make sure that everything's kosher. I don't even know if Sublime Text is free. I don't think it is. Been a while since I've used it. Or since I've had to activate it or whatever it was. I think it has like a trial. And I don't think you have to buy it. I think you can just get the little nag messages every once in a while that'll pop up, so I think you can keep using it. But I don't mind paying for it, you know, because I use it a lot, so. That sounds right, Dusty. And I think the one that the big guy uses is like it'll actually implement the code and show you what it's going to do in real time, if I remember correctly. Yeah, you won't need to do that anymore, Francisco. If you do like solo play and horde, you won't even have to bother with all that. It'll save you a ton of time and editing. You can literally just turn those on and then walk away from it, and it'll do everything for you. So much easier. Especially horde, because you can level up to 8 characters at once, all at the same time, in the same games as each other, which means they get way more experience. They find more items. They can share items. They can give each other items and equip them. So yeah, it's just really cool. Excuse me. You'll see. When I start up Horde, you'll see. But I mean, you can already tell, like, from this that she's leveling and using all the skills, and you don't have to do anything, so.
Greetings.
That's weird. It was working before, but now it's not working. That's interesting. I don't know what would cause that, really, unless it's just an older version of Colbot, maybe. It could be that. It could be an outdated version of Colbot that no longer works on BattleNet servers, because they do, like, I don't know how much people really know this, but they do a lot of server-side updates and patches that they don't tell you about. That has nothing to do with, like, the client side at all. That's how it all got banned, is there was no official patch, but they absolutely did patch the game. They, like, ninja patched it and destroyed it all forever. So it happens. I don't know how much they do it now. Probably they don't care anymore, but this was before D2R, so they were still working with it. Surprisingly. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's really weird. I don't know. That's very odd. Can't imagine why it would be messing up then. I mean, worst case, you could just save all your config files and everything and just download a new copy. I do that all the time. Sometimes I'll run into issues that I can't really figure out. Forget it, you know what I mean? Just back everything up, start over. Yeah, I have Windows 10 and 11 on different machines too, and I didn't do anything differently on 10 or 11. Exactly the same, basically. In fact, I can't think of any differences, surprisingly. 11 does run a little harder than 10 does. You know, you need a little more RAM. But other than that, there's not a huge difference that I could tell. Oh, I saw a grand charm. Hold on. Hold up.
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah. Don't care about Millibragos. See ya.
Overburdened.
What else was there? Gothic axe and a large axe. Wow. Two uniques and it drops the crappiest ones. Awesome. Yikes. That is super duper unfortunate. Yeah, Diablo 2 and Colbot in general don't need a really smoking PC, to be honest with you. Dusty already knows this, but I run like a little mini PC I bought off Amazon for 200 bucks, and it's an N100 processor. It's only a quad core, and it'll run 8 bots and stream to YouTube at the same time without lag or issues. It's pretty crazy. So, yeah, definitely. I mean, when I first started this particular channel, I had a Pentium D, like an old Dell Pentium D computer that I was running for both streaming and the bots, and it didn't even have dedicated graphics card. It had literally just the graphics that were available to it from the CPU, and it still didn't have any issues or hiccups or lag. So it runs on a toaster. Originally, I ran Diablo 2 on a Pentium 2 back in the day, so definitely you don't need a very good PC to run it. You do need a better PC to stream it, and you do need a better PC to run multiple bots, that's for sure.
Salutations. Impossible. Good afternoon.
but probably any laptop made within the last 5 to 10 years would probably work just fine, unless it's like a super budget laptop.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sure. I'm sure we could figure it out. Like I said, worst case, we can always back up your files and just throw it into a new version. Who cares? Because the only thing you'd have to redo maybe is the profiles. That's about it. So, should be fine. Actually, you don't even have to do that because I forgot there's like there's a file you can save that'll keep the profiles and everything too. So, off the top of my head, I don't know what it is, but I keep forgetting that you can do that. It's like a settings file, config file, something like that.
Salutations.
That's what I do, Dusty. Like for this, I literally just downloaded a new copy of Soloplay. Didn't even bother trying to,
I
um,
can't.
you know, reuse one that I already had set up, just to avoid like conflicts and issues. And then for Horde, I'll probably do the exact same thing. I rarely restart or like reset stuff that I already have set up. Very, very rarely.
Impossible.
Plus, I hardly ever update my old copies anyway. I normally just flat out do not update them. Probably should, especially like the ones that I've been using for my 8 Horde characters that I'm trying to get to level 99. I think I'm only 1 or 2 characters left for that. So then I'll have 8 level 99 characters. That'll be pretty sweet. Of course, the Sorceress will probably be the last one to get to 99 because she's squishy.
Salutations.
On this work, let me check. Let me wait till she gets to a safe place and then I'll pause it for you and we'll see. Okay, let's take a look. She has a halberd insight, 17 med, very nice roll. Random high life, a little bit of resistance, armor. And this is probably just for resistances, but it's got some life and energy on it. So she equipped all this herself. So lore, stealth, spirit, all this looks the same. Nope, that's different. 120 to mana, that's crazy. Nice. Iron Stride, Crafted Amulet.
Good afternoon. Good evening.
Impossible.
Hello. Good evening.
Yeah, that makes sense. With the with solo play, it values resistance over everything else usually. Um, Typically, you will see it pick items that you wouldn't necessarily use only because it's trying to survive longer with the resistances. So less damage, but more survivability, which, in my opinion, for botting especially, does make more sense. So. Yeah, it's the furthest west I think Whataburger goes. I think. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but there's quite a few Whataburgers in Arizona. Not northern Arizona, but southern Arizona has a bunch. I wish they had them up here. I do like Whataburger, actually. I would take Whataburger over In-N-Out any day. And I don't hate In-N-Out or anything. I just don't prefer it. But then again, it's been so long since I've had either of them, I don't even remember that well. But I used to prefer Whataburger to In-N-Out. But I don't really eat out that much anymore. So even if it was here, I probably wouldn't even go there that much. Just too expensive. Right on. I rarely go down to southern Arizona anymore. Just the traffic is so insane, and I don't really like the heat at all. So try to avoid it if at all possible. I do need to go down there soon, though, so we'll see. But at least it's wintertime and not summertime, so it'll still be hot to my standards, but it won't be 110, 115. Yep. Mountains, elevation, trees. Yep. Yeah, don't get me wrong. Like, I can handle the heat. I just would prefer not to. It's not pleasant to be in. Cold weather for me is just easier to deal with. I don't have to worry about being cold because I just put more clothes on. You can only get so naked. Yeah. I used to do a lot of that too. Did some framing. I never did electrical, but I had a friend who was an electrician, so I got to see a lot of it. Air conditioning, I never did that either. I wasn't certified, so. But I did framing. I built cabinets. I dug ditches for um, internet lines up north here. I did a lot of manual labor jobs back in the day. Can't say as I miss them, that's for sure. It's hard work and it's compounded by the heat. If you're somewhere where it's really hot and you have to do stuff like that, it makes it so much worse. At least if it's cool outside, it's a little easier to deal with. I don't know. Working in the heat is like one of my least favorite things to do. Jeez. Well, it's good that you did move back then. I mean, can't really have your daughter get sick all the time. It's no good. I probably would have done the same thing in your shoes. Sorry, my mom's chit-chatting with me. I guess somebody's throwing fireworks around her house, freaking her out. Typical Saturday night nonsense. No surprise there. No worries. Better feed the doggo. Dusty has returned. Dusty returns and Francisco runs away. I see how you guys are. Almost like you guys planned this stuff. think she killed Daystace. I think that's why she's waiting around like that. Let's find out. Welcome back. Oh, she's just gonna skip. Well, I don't want you to do that, so I'm gonna kill him myself. Yeah, I like to think that I'm slightly entertaining with my snarky sarcasm, but perhaps not. You should. Give me a second, guys.
How may I be of help? Good morning. Good afternoon.
Gotta be something about me. Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
What is it?
Yeah, that's how I get everybody back into botting. I just start botting, and people just want to start botting too. I don't know what to tell you. It's just the way it is. Just do it, as Nike says. I mean, why not? You have the CD keys, you already paid the money for the keys. Of course, then you end up buying more keys, but we won't talk about that.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Salutations.
Francisco is now an expert
Yes.
at the Colbot. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I hear this a lot. People trust somebody to set up their accounts for them. They'll steal their keys, they'll steal their accounts, they'll steal their items. They'll steal everything, basically. It's kind of sad. That's why I tell people, like, don't download Colbot from anywhere except the official source, and don't have somebody else do it unless you absolutely trust them, and even then, it's still not entirely safe to do that. You're so much better off to just do it yourself. Always. Always, always, always.
Good afternoon.
Sorry that happened to you, man. That's really rough. But yeah, I mean, it's always better to just do things yourself when it involves stuff like this. For a while there, I would do like paid setups for people, but I really don't like doing them. Because the problem is with Colbot is once you start down the path of Colbot, inevitably you're going to want to do more stuff with it. You know, you're going to want to do Horde, and you're going to want to do solo play, and you're going to want to customize your scripts, and it's like a never-ending customization that can't really be truly stopped. So I really don't do that stuff anymore. Yep, yep. Sadly, this is a story I've heard more than once. Sucks. The worst part is not really the characters. The worst part is losing all the items, especially if you had to earn the items the hard way. You know, if you didn't bot for the items, then losing rune words and stuff is really bad. But thankfully, that's why we have ta-da Colbot, because then you can get all that stuff back within a month or two, most likely. Unless you just had like some truly godly rares or something. Those are those are practically unreplaceable. So, but rune words, uniques, runes, all that good stuff, pretty easy. I always advocate that anybody that comes on my channel and asks for somebody to set it up for them, a lot of times I'll just tell them, "Hey, don't be asking that, or I'll have to ban you." Because I don't. The thing is, I'm not banning them because they're asking. I'm banning them because somebody is going to mess them over, and I don't want to be the cause, the responsible party, or anything else for it because I don't like that. So exactly, that's why you learned how to use Colbot is because that happened. But I wish it didn't have to happen that way. You know. That's like the worst way to learn, basically. And a lot of us have been scammed or, you know, uh, whatever, out of our items or out of our accounts or both. So, yeah, it happens, but I wish it didn't have to. That's the risk of cheating, unfortunately, is that there's a lot of disingenuous people who would lie to steal from you. I had a guy on D2 JSP steal from me. I don't even remember what it was. It wasn't even anything expensive. It was only like 200 forum gold. And I just told him, I was like, if you needed forum gold, you could have just told me. I probably would have just given it to you. But the fact that you stole it from me, now I'm going to ruin you. I'm going to intentionally come after you now because you did that. Like, if you would have just asked, I probably could have helped you out. But because you scammed me, it's game on, buddy. I don't suffer scammers, that's for sure. It helps, yeah. I know, like me, and I think maybe even Dusty has done it too. I drop like my entire account every time the season restarts. I literally just go into a game, drop all the items off of there, drop the name of the account and the password, and leave. Somebody either takes it or they don't. I don't care. I think he got banned on JSP, and I have saved photos of him, his address, his house, his truck, his license plates, everything. So I like to sit on stuff like that, and you know, it may or may not have gone to the proper authorities that somebody's a giant piece of crap and should be looked into. Just saying. Can neither confirm or deny what happened there. All I can say is don't be a douchebag, and also don't be stupid enough to keep your personal information where people can find it easily. I can't stand that crap. Like, scammers are literally the scum of the earth. They're just total douchebags. I got no sympathy or remorse for that at all.
At your service.
It's like that guy Dusty that literally uses Soloplay, streams to Twitch, streams to YouTube, doesn't get banned somehow on Twitch, even though I got banned from doing the exact same thing. He takes the big guy's name off of the Colbot Soloplay so that it looks like it's his when it isn't his, and then he calls it AI on top of that. And he doesn't give any credit. He acts like it's AI, and he streams it to Twitch. Somehow he doesn't get banned. Somehow, after being called out like every single stream by somebody, he's still able to stream and still able to get away with it. I have no idea how. I've reported him to Twitch like 20 times. But I'm not even kidding you. The first time I streamed Colbot, or maybe it was Atal, I can't remember. It was a long time ago. One of the two, I streamed to Twitch, immediate ban. It wasn't even 30 minutes, and I got banned. Dude's been literally streaming to Twitch for like 6 months straight, like 18, 20 hours a day, and not getting banned at all. So, gotta love Twitch, I guess. Twitch is ridiculous. I don't really like Twitch. I know a lot of people do, but they don't stick by their rules at all. And it is possible that he knows somebody at Twitch who's literally protecting him too, because I've seen that crap multiple times as well. But yeah, that guy's despicable too. I always leave comments on his videos to, clarify what it is that he's actually using, what he's actually doing, rather than what he says he's doing. TikTok's really bad too. Yeah. I've never tried Kick. Um, I was using Restream, and I might start again because now I have a good connection again. I was restreaming to Rumble, Odyssey, BitChute. I was doing like all of them at the same time for a while there, which was pretty cool. Because I don't mind those platforms. They're much better than YouTube and Twitch, like almost all of them. In fact, I think all of them are better. They don't censor. They don't care if you bought. They really just don't care at all what you do, so long as it's not illegal. They pretty much just let you get away with it. So exactly, like there will be some people that get banned, and then other people are literally doing 50 times worse stuff, and they're still not getting banned. So, and I realize that not everybody can get banned because things slip through the cracks or whatever. But when somebody's been doing it for like 6 months for dozens of hours per day, come on, like that should be really obvious, and it should be stopped like a long time ago. But it's not, and he's still doing it. I can't remember his name. I have it saved somewhere. Super dirty. And the worst part is a lot of people don't know who created Coldbot or who created Soloplay, who created Horde. So when they see that, they think it's like some newfangled thing, and they're very impressed by it. And he gets more subscribers and more views. And it's like really disheartening to see that, because he's just taking credit for somebody else's work, and then potentially at some point he may even get monetized and start making real money from it. Like I'm not even I don't think this channel is monetized. It used to be, and then they took that away when I got banned for like 3 years. So I don't think this channel is monetized. I haven't really looked, but Horde is, hold on, let me link you to the video so you can check it out. But it's spelled like that. And then I will find you the video. Give me just a moment here. Horde is basically where you can run a bunch of characters and level them all at the same time through the difficulties. And it's really, really cool. So, gaming ASMR is his channel. Thank you for that. Feel free to go thumbs down and report him. I'm not condoning that, but feel free to do it. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Um, it's not that it's easier. It's more like you use Horde so that you can get to the Colbot stuff later. It's basically for like beginning of the season or beginning of your season, whatever you want to call it. There's a link for you. You can check it out. It's got everything you need in the description. Horde download, prereqs, and then of course, how to set it up and use it. I mean, Dusty loves Horde, and so do I. To be fair, it's literally one of the best scripts that Goldbot's ever had. Not even an exaggeration at all. Like that's just truth. Too much stuff in my pockets, boys. Yeah. I think of Horde as like a leveling script that's automated, completely automated. You choose what build they're going to use, and then it just builds it as it's leveling through so that you don't have to do the very things you were just talking about earlier, where you have to go in and manually do different edits of your scripts. You won't need to do any of that ever again, basically. There isn't a better ladder start. There truly isn't. Like, that's not even an exaggeration at all. There's no way you could have a better ladder start. Potentially, the only better ladder start that I could possibly see is if you know the game really, really well and you run follow bot. That might work. Because then you're running one of them and you can kind of guide it. And if you're really good at the game, you could probably beat it faster, level up faster, stay alive longer, get through everything you need to get through a lot faster. But that's it. And the only reason that's true is because you haven't fully customized Horde to do it for you. You could make Horde just as good as most players. It's just you'd have to go in and edit a bunch of stuff. Me too. Yeah, I used to do the same thing. And I do think it's probably faster in a lot of cases if you know what you're doing, especially. But that being said, Horde is way more convenient. You don't have to be actually playing. You can just turn it on, go to work, go to the store, whatever, and wham bam. Thank you, Horde. You got me a bunch of characters, so. Yep. Yeah, and Bale runs when you're running the follow bot are really fast too. Super easy, super convenient. Um, like I said, if you know what you're doing, you can technically be better and more efficient than Horde or solo play. You know, it's not crazy to think that. It's just, it requires a lot more effort and a lot more time on your part. Yeah, it's a little involved, Francisco, and a lot of people miss a step. So just read very carefully and watch very carefully, and um, you should get through it just fine. Especially since you've already used Cobot before, you kind of already know a lot of the issues you can run into. So,
What do you need?
but when you play it, you'll or when you run the script rather, you'll see what we're talking about. It's literally amazing, and I'll probably stream it here eventually again, or on Cobot Forever, one of the two. We'll see. Yeah, so you can. That's what we were talking about with the follow bot. That's essentially what that is. The issue with the follow bot is a lot of the characters get stuck, and their pathing isn't very good sometimes. So you'll get like one character that will chicken, or you'll get one character that isn't able to keep up, or gets stuck on a wall or something. So you have to kind of, I guess, for lack of a better term, you have to kind of baby it and be careful how you run around and go through doors and whatnot. So
Salutations.
it's imperfect, but if you know what you're doing and you're used to it, you can make it work pretty well.
Good afternoon. How may I be of help? Good morning.
The biggest issue for bots in Diablo 2 has always been the pathing, in my opinion. All the other stuff pretty much got figured out. The pathing was like something that took tons of iterations to fix. And it mostly got fixed because people got teleported, not because the pathing actually got solved. So, a lot easier to just teleport out of the way than it is to actually fix the pathing, unfortunately. It doesn't work too badly on Chaos Sanctuary. Like, I can use classic solo play, works pretty good actually. Solo play was the first program. Well, that's not true, I guess. Sonic was. I used Sonic before I used solo play, and it was pretty good too for pathing. But before those two, it was like very hit and miss as to whether you could actually get it to not get stuck on a wall for like 8 hours while you're at work and come back, and the bot had done literally nothing. Oops. There we go. Come on, Viper Magi, let's go. You know you want to drop it. Lister, the Tormentor. Oh, that's what he says. My brothers will not have died in vain. Not nearly as good as the Diablo saying. Yeah, the fifth wave is insanely hard, especially in hell difficulty. They're nasty. I can't even tell you how many times I had to drag them out of the throne room just to get past that part instead of actually trying to kill them. Just completely bypass them. Like, nope, see you later. Don't want to deal with this crap.
Good afternoon.
I can't.
Salutations.
True. Paladin doesn't really care too much because he has high block and magic hammers. Sorceress gets absolutely, completely, and utterly decimated. The other ones are kind of depending on like which builds you can usually get through. But yeah, I'd say Sorceress by far the worst in terms of being able to actually beat him.
Salutations. Good evening.
I believe after this run, I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream. It's been about 4 hours, actually more than that, because I had some issues with the first stream. So I think after this run, we'll call it. I'm gonna try to stream as much as I can now that I have a more stable internet connection. So hopefully, be seeing a lot more of me. I appreciate it, Dusty. I always enjoy seeing you when you drop by and say hi, and it's always nice to have some regulars, you know, some good people you can count on. We're gonna have to make Francisco a regular too. I hear that.
Salutations.
Got nothing but time, right? I'm kind of in the same boat, actually. I'll probably let this character run tonight. Probably all night, see where she gets to. And if she makes it up through hell tonight, I probably will just do Horde tomorrow instead. All right, that's all she wrote, guys. Appreciate you both and anybody else watching. See you next time. Take care.